Good morning. Okay, looking good. One more thing I want to check. Okay, camera's doing the same thing. So when we were preparing the stream earlier, I noticed Discord was saying that my webcam was coming in at a low frame rate, and it was like, maybe your system's under heavy load, and I'm like, oh, Jesus. Because I know there was a Windows update recently, which reminds me I should probably check my mic settings real quick, just in case. Although I was testing with the microphone, which I'll talk about in a minute. Okay, yeah, no, it is where it should be. Good. Yeah, and I was a bit worried that Windows Update might have messed something up, but thankfully that hasn't happened. Now that OBS is running too, it looks like that's also not impacting it, so we're all good. How well, Luca? Oh, that's not Discord. There it is. How well, Nina?
Hello, Orphe.
Are you ready to be gaslit by the game again? That Phoenix and Simon are the reason for all the problems in the world?
See, the problem is, the universe of Ace Attorney operates on Simon Says rules, so
Yeah.
Simon was like, it's time for the law to be dark. And then it was.
Why'd you gotta do that, Black Quill? That's... You're screwing us over, man. Yeah. That topic is gonna inevitably come up again, because that is kind of the whole thing here. So it will probably be reiterated. I don't need to talk about it up front. Apparently in saying that, I just completely forgot the thing I was gonna say about it. I guess the only thing I'll say is, like, my thoughts haven't really changed. Yeah, thought gone. It still stinks that this is the way it's kind of being handled, like, even if I can admit that, like, if there was, like, word from on high or anything like that saying, no, this needs to be self-contained as much as possible, yeah, it stinks. But, you know, even in the, even when we were having similar issues in the last case, like, it still managed to be thrilling, besides that, so, I at least have faith that it'll be interesting to watch transpire, but, yeah. Beyond that, we'll just have to see.
Sending you a relevant meme right now.
Oh, no. Fucking hell. Alright, hold on, I need to get this on screen.
Text by me, image by Jazz.
Oh, yeah, of course it was Jazz. That, yeah. Alright, also, Black Quill with no ponytail. Jump scare.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen, like, even a flashback with, that, with his... Well, yeah, we haven't seen any flashbacks. The only thing we've seen close to a flashback is the, like, the little, intro where it shows, like, blood everywhere and, like, both Athena and Simon. But I'm pretty sure Simon has the ponytail in that sequence, if I'm not mistaken.
I honestly can't remember.
Yeah. it's so strange because in some ways that part of his character design just kind of like blends in. So I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't remember seeing it, but yeah. Hang on, let me get the starting soon out of the road too. Bitches will run through their mentor with a 2003 licensed Steel Samurai folded steel katana and be like, can't help being a Gemini. He would say that. Simon Blackwell inexplicably into, oh my god. What the hell is the name of that? Shit.
Steel Samurai?
No. Star signs and how they affect people's...
astrology.
Thank you. Oh, why did I blank? I kept... my brain kept going astronomy. I'm like, no, that's the thing it's not. I don't know why I had a mental blank on that. Oh, that bodes well. Because it also has been a month. And like I did do a rewatch of the last stream, or the latter part of the last stream, which when I went back to it was mostly us discussing the Dark Age of the Law. So I'm hoping I haven't forgotten anything important. No, I remember this stuff, yeah. Yeah. Does that actually have a Steel Samurai?
No, we just joke that the reason he's such a fucking weeb is that he's a Steel Samurai fanboy.
that would track. Yeah. Well, we're back to familiar circumstances with our fucking with our partner behind bars as well.
Yep.
Oh, actually, wait. Speaking of which, we need our Maya for support. She's back on the screen now. There she is. Watch over us, Maya. There is a T-posing Easter Jesus Christ joke in there somewhere, but I can't put it together.
Jesus on the cross? No, Jesus is the cross.
More like Dark Age of the Floor. Cookie, that is way better than what I came up with. God damn it. Who am I kidding? I can't compete with Cookie on that kind of thing. Oh, actually, something...
Cookie is so good at puns.
I know, it's ridiculous. One other thing I should note, actually, just more of a technical thing for the stream. Okay. So I had a compressor filter on OBS that I thought was working for my mic. It turns out it wasn't, because a while back, when I reconnected my microphone, it seemingly switched audio channels. So I was wondering, like, because I was listening to audio from several VODs from the past after the whole Twitch VOD thing, and realizing, like, oh shit, yeah, I really hated when I didn't have that compressor on. And the later I got into the videos, I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't seem to have... Like, at some point, it seemed to have skipped out again. So I was like, what the fuck happened? I went back and, like, I've been thinking, like, oh shit, maybe I need something more technical, like an equalizer. The compressor filter was on the wrong audio channel. So, hopefully now, if I get loud, I am actually going to be suppressed a little bit. But it won't prevent me from getting loud. I'm testing out, like, how, basically you get to set, like, a limit and then how much it limits you, if that makes sense. So I can still get a bit loud, but I'm gonna give it, like, a few streams to just, like, naturally see how it is now that the thing should actually be applying to the mic.
Sure,
and seeing
yeah.
if that limits the clipping. So, I haven't noticed anything weird, but if I do go loud and then quiet, I may be quiet for a bit long. There may be like a dip in the sound, or an unnatural dip in the sound while it waits for whether or not I'm going to be loud again.
Right.
That's the probably only thing the stream is going to hear. Unfortunately, this doesn't apply to you at all, Mina, because this is a OBS only thing.
Right.
I'm trying to find a better way of routing the sound, because I also don't want to blow out anyone else's ears. But they also did an extension on that VOD thing at the last possible moment. Yeah, I noticed that. Like, days after I deleted all my VODs. Thanks, Twitch. Fucking hell. Yeah, like, last night I went to, I think it was Wayne's channel. I'm like, oh, I wonder what videos are still left here. And I scrolled through like 30 to 40 videos and went, wait, what? Like, I had completely forgotten they extended it. I still need to finish a game so I can offload that playlist onto YouTube and free up some space. I'm already at 60 hours. Yeah, if you stream like 4 or 5 hours at a time, it's very easy to fill that up. I'm just offloading them when I can. And I guess like a brief update on that, I'm starting to... I think from today I'm going to start publishing videos on the VODs channel. I'm not going to give people the link to the channel because I don't want to blow up people's subs things, so I'm probably going to like upload all of them, or sorry, publish all of them, give it like a week or two, and then be like, okay, here's the VOD channel thing now that my uploads should be normalized a bit. Yeah. Fun stuff. So yeah, if there's weird audio stuff, like, I'll probably review the VOD anyway, but hopefully I don't clip as much as before. Fingers crossed. I don't want to have to do anything more complicated to the audio right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright. Hey, Athena, how's crime? Why are you not sitting right? Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
Okay, let me see if I can find my character voices again.
Ah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it sure has been. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum that evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anyone in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
But I snuck in anyway.
Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display? That was Dr. Sykes? Huh. Huh.
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
Athena, every time you go to the space station, you start rapping about Patrick Swayze. Athena, I do not. Watch, I'll prove it. Athena, 3 seconds after looking at the check. Uh-oh, it's getting kinda hazy.
That one went over my head.
It's just a really stupid, iconic tweet.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yep. Well, I'm like, Patrick Swayze? Like, I should... I feel like that should be clicking, but it's not.
He's an actor. He was in Ghost.
Okay, maybe I need to see the post.
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? It was out until about noon on the day of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Wow, heavy fucking sleeper.
Jesus, yeah. I must have passed out. Ah, yes, nap roulette. I hate that.
When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out to boarding lounge too.
That also means the lighter could have been planted in her hand. That's so random. God damn it, Tumblr. There's even less context to that post than the way Luca framed it. Because I was like, oh, has that got something to do with the Space Museum? But no. That's why I was confused, because I'm like, he wasn't in any space movies I can think of. Hello, Val. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yep, hazy.
My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Where is home, I wonder? Does she live at the agency?
Good question. When did she I guess we don't really know what she was doing around the day of the case, because, like, our first introduction to it is, like, mid-case with Apollo.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, at the very beginning of a trial.
Which feels deliberate now, in retrospect.
Mm-hmm. I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions with their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human compatriots felt. Wow, robots that can understand people? It was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones.
Do you want to voice this again, or just skip it?
We'll skip it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. The maiden wear as part of her research. Yeah. That wasn't too much to it.
I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much. But she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay. Then let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left with me are Widget. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research.
Of fucking course it is. Oh no.
Ending this case by shooting a portal at Athena's earring so that you can suck the bad guy into it.
I was more thinking, oh, Athena, you have to give us your earring to test this moon rock residue against your earring. We promise nothing will happen to it. Oh, sorry, did I skip that line?
No, it's okay.
Okay. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe, too. Oh, Phoenix. Hearing the Dr. Sykes gave to Athena, the stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. Should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Wait, which paper? Is it this? I guess, yeah.
Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
God damn it, Luca. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them, and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in the photo, too. See Funko's bandages? I put those on her. I spun them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was.
You were single-digit years old, Athena, please. It looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do.
Little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. And her voice is rough this morning. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yeah, a little. And this person's even taken hostages?
I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might...
Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait. Wait. Did you know him back then?
Yeah, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. That's a game I would love to see.
Hmm.
Like maybe
Yeah.
like a Holmes and Watson type thing with Blackwell and Metis.
Yeah, God.
He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow.
Okay. um... Oh, Jesus, that derailed my train of thought.
Phoenix is like, I don't know what his sexuality has to do with it.
Yeah, that's odd comment, Athena. Sorry, I can't turn off my gaydar. um... Yeah, also, like... Of all the people in the legal system that have asked others for help, that's probably the most sensible one, considering the rest have been talking as spirit mediums. Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say it like that, but at the same time, asking spirit mediums has only ever led to bad shit.
Yeah. They don't have the best track record.
No. Unlike
As it
now.
turns out, dead people can lie too.
Yep. They're still people. Did you know? Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago.
Oh, do you want to take this one?
We can skip this. I can't do a baby voice very well.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Please, you have to listen to me. Kill her. Whose heart is screaming that he didn't kill her.
I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about?
She heard the voice of his heart.
You're only 11 then, right? We're very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. Pretty sure she almost took the stand when she was like 9.
But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be.
Why isn't she built, Capcom? Answer me.
No excuse. No excuse. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. So that makes what Simon says to her in case 3 so fucking interesting to me.
The bit where he says you'll be letting that person down.
Yeah, like he was talking about himself in the third person to motivate her. And it's an interest, like it preserves the twist, but I totally do believe that Simon would treat the him of 7 years ago as a different person from the him sitting across the courtroom from her, you know?
I think it would also be interesting if he didn't understand, or he didn't know that and he's talking about her mother. Like,
Yeah.
he's very clearly like, well, you wouldn't give a shit about me, but like clearly you are fighting for something, and it's got to do with what happened 7 years ago. So don't let your mother down. But that like that stirs in Athena like actually both of them instead, because she does feel like she let down Simon, when trying to defend him when she clearly knew he didn't do it. Yeah.
Did I read this line already?
You did.
Okay.
Oh, actually, maybe not? Sorry, I just reread it.
I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
It doesn't seem like Athena knows. Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow.
Does she know? That would be so funny, just this sprite with a does she know?
Oh god, that'd be the worst. Oh, I hate that.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally.
God, that's awful. Why would someone ever do that? Just gonna save the game here real quick for completely unrelated reasons.
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. I suppose that would have probably made it a bit more obvious to Simon, to be fair. Wait, did she say that before Simon said something to that same effect?
I honestly can't remember.
Because I feel like he'd I feel like he wouldn't miss that connection. Like, as much as I think it's interesting that he would not think that Athena would think of him, that seems a bit too on the nose for him not to be like, oh, I see. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell.
I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena?
I mean, Phoenix, she's gonna find out one way or another.
He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was? I wonder if he smiled, like he used to. Back then.
If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Real quick. I will, like, okay, I've been pretty harsh on the way that the Athena's mechanics have been incorporated into the game, and I've been kind of questioning, like, why do we keep framing this as a technology, or there's an interesting thing where, like, I interpret her powers as being somewhat driven via technology, because, like, the robots are capable of doing it. And, well, no, that's not exactly... Basically, I thought there was some tension between the presentation relying on the technological side of things and Athena apparently having that power. But that would it would make a lot more it makes a lot more sense that she's actually using that as a framing device, not for the player, but actually for everyone else, to like frame it as like this isn't just me being good at reading people. This is science. This is psychology. Like, I know what I'm talking about here.
It isn't just source, dude. Trust me.
Yeah, more or less, right? Which, like, yeah, and I do think, whilst I'm not a huge fan of it, I'm still not a huge fan of it. I do think there is something there where, like, Athena pleaded with everyone when she obviously did know the truth, and no one would listen to her, and now she's, like, leaning on, I guess, both her mother's technology and just technology in general to reframe that as a thing that can be trusted. Or that should be listened to, rather. Alright. Oh, I gotta find this voice again. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. God. My phone. It's from Trucy. Oh. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. Guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait. We still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. Poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Yes, help us, Maya. Wait a minute. Maya? Shut the fuck up. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. Must have been really something, although weird is part of the course with you. A courtroom blew up. That's it. I have to blow up a courtroom. There is a courtroom we can use after all. What?
This goes hard as fuck.
Awesome idea, Maya. Love the way your brain works. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
That's a bad... What? Why is that the last... Okay. Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
Who's Aura? I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, what gave it away? The accent. Oh. Knew I should.
There are only 2 people who have Cockney accents in this universe, and one of them's behind bars right now.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. Oh my god. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Unironically, I fucking love this. I think this is so cool.
Yeah.
Like, what better metaphor for practicing in the dark age of the law than literally holding a trial in the ruins of a destroyed courtroom?
Yep. That is pretty good.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. we we roll up and fucking fucking full price trying to lift a goddamn boulder. Just a moment, the floor will be clear. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor.
Alright,
Phoenix!
Mr. Edgeworth, one problem. The prosecutor's bench has been replaced with a large rock. Are you okay with sitting on said large rock?
So done. So done being the short one, are we, Mr. Wright? Shut up, right? Shut up, Edgeworth. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. Aura, what the fuck are you doing? But okay, so instead of just oh fuck. Okay, no, that actually does make sense a bit. Because if they were gonna unearth the case from 7 years ago, they said there was gonna be no legal outcome from it, but she's putting up Athena as like a thing Phoenix needs to defend to actually... Okay. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What are you talking about? Athena? Of course. Why did it never occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No.
Oh no! Oh god! No! Oh fucking hell! Oh god damn it! No way! Can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. God, I really wish they had flashed Kristoff's silhouette there.
Would've been really good.
Yeah.
But can't spoil the old games.
Everything is so normal. Dear Lord. So now we're just holding... What? I'm a little... I'm curious what the structure of the rest of this is going to be. Because the way that we were framing this revisit of what happened 7 years ago, made me think that it was just more of a gesture than anything else, that it wouldn't have any legal outcome.
Right.
Or at least the way people were talking about it is like, yeah, we can like essentially like prove it for everyone in the room, but like that wouldn't actually change anything about Simon's fate, which, I mean, A, is kind of silly in the first place, but if I were to accept that, it seems to be odd to throw Athena into this, because now surely that would have to have legal consequences, because unless well, I mean, given Athena's reaction to it too, like maybe Aura's just like being spiteful.
Maybe, yeah. Also, Cookie, there actually is an explanation for this, and it's that according to the investigations games, which actually let you walk around the courthouse, the defendants' lobbies are on the whole opposite end of the building from the courtrooms. Like, the courtrooms are on the east wing of the building, and the defendants' lobbies are on the west wing.
I feel like we got a little bit of... Oh, I don't know if we actually saw the courtroom. But when, Zach? Is that Trucy's father?
Zach Remery? Yeah.
Yeah. When he and Trucy, confused the guard, or confused the Meekins. Yeah, Meekins
Yeah.
specifically. We saw a top-down view. Yeah, we saw a map of that. I don't remember if there was actually a display of a courtroom there, though. I'd have to go back and actually have a look. Yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to think that, you know, some of the courtrooms, or some courtrooms would actually still be fine even though one is blown up. Like, buildings typically aren't built in such a way that one room gets destroyed and then the entire thing collapses, but, you know. Again, we don't really see much of the building. Which, you know what? We don't need to. It's a odd tangent, but in the first Unexpectables campaign, Monty Glue, who's the DM, deliberately did not map out the city or the tavern that the players like were in and called their home base, specifically because you know, if she wanted to just improve it or anything like that, she didn't have to think about the logistics of it. But B, it didn't matter. Like, the narrative bends around all of that, and it's just like, oh yeah, no, that's always there, you just didn't have permission or whatever. Like, it was laid out in such a way that it would make sense that way. But, like, ultimately you didn't really need to know, right? Like, you can just accept the courtroom was blown up, the defendants' lobbies are okay. Like, there's no reason, and there's no reason to think that that's, like, an inconsistency or anything like that. Not saying that you're doing that, Cookie, obviously, because, yeah, you're making a joke. But, like, that does tend toward an attitude that people tend to, like... Or, yeah, it leads into the attitude that's, like, YouTube nitpicking of, like, why was the courtroom still functional, or why was any of this building still functional after it had been blown up? And it's like, who cares? It did. They didn't... Yeah. Physicality of the room doesn't matter. It's a presentation of the archetype. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I did a little research.
Awesome.
I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? Oh, that's great. I really appreciate it. Also, like, Phoenix did clearly freak out a little bit, but I am kind of sad we didn't get a prolonged, like, Phoenix actually having war flashbacks of, like, oh no, oh Jesus, I don't have 7 years of prep time to get around this shit now. Like, I've gotta get around some black psyche locks without, like, the prep time I've had before. Or also, just the idea that Kristoff and Athena have those locks, and like is enough to send him like into a bit of a spiral. Because like, yeah, God, ugh.
A red Psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black Psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in the person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Huh. That throws a very interesting framing onto Kristoff's. Like if I remember correctly, that question was around like why he did it. And that's why those locks appeared?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah. And that's like, because on one hand, it's just like, okay, it's especially difficult or something he wants to take to the grave. So, it's not just going to come out of him via questioning. But the idea that, like, he had, like, compartmentalized that is like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I really like the idea that, like, he wanted to see this as his master plan, his grand stroke of vengeance, when really it was just pettiness.
Yeah.
Like, all of it just comes back to him losing a poker game. That is the reason why he ruined so many lives and killed, like, at least 3 different people.
Yeah, he just lashed out. Like, it wasn't like, yes, to get back at Phoenix, blah, blah, blah. No, you just lashed out. Like, you are upset, and you were spiteful, and you don't want to admit that you just did this off the cuff. Oh, fuck. Some of this doesn't really seem to track with the way Kristoff was, because he definitely knew. I think it's less that cookie, and more like... because these locks appear to be more not wanting to remember or admit something. Like, this isn't even me... it's less... and it's not quite this, but it's less a person lying to someone else and more someone lying to themselves. Either subconsciously or deliberately. I think that's the difference there. Where, like, it's kind of like the whole lie detector thing, right? Superficially, that does actually work, but if you believe it enough, or you've convinced yourself of it, like, you can beat that. But that doesn't make it true, right? That's kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah.
No, personally, I think that's a really interesting framing on on what that could have possibly meant for Kristoff. And also, I like, touch wood at least, that we're never gonna get an answer to why Kristoff's was like that. Like, this explanation is wholly separate from that and applying to Athena specifically, but we're never gonna know why those black locks were on that question for Kristoff specifically. Leaving that open to interpretation, I think, is good. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Psyche locks.
According to my research, a black Psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good.
I like that these are like spiritual framing devices being, you know, assigned to psychological concepts.
Yeah. Yeah, like you can't press her into realizing that she may or may not have had a hand in her mother's death, Phoenix. That will just damage her.
Yeah. Like, black psyche-locks are just metaphors for repression, and if you force someone to recall or relive their repressed memories, it can fuck them up, like, severely.
Yeah. Yeah. Do not do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Mind Crush. Put the Magatama down, Phoenix. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
You can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
I do really wonder if anyone's told, Apollo what's happened. Or if Apollo is aware of what's happening. Because, like, I get he's kind of, like, out on his own at the moment, but this feels like the kind of moment that he'd come back and be like, okay, fuck whatever I was doing for a second, this is ridiculous, and I'm putting a stop to this. Like, I feel like he wouldn't just leave this be, but I guess we've got a whole trial to go through where he could pop up. After all, like, he seems to be connected to this somehow, too, so, like, Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Wait, are we actually proceeding like this is the trial?
Do you want a spoiler on the structure?
No.
Okay.
No, I think... Because, yeah, if I get even a hint on the structure, it'd probably give me an idea of what the conclusions are going to be, and I'd rather... These last two trials feel like they're cooking a lot, so I feel like I'm just going to go into it as, like, actually as blind as possible.
Okay.
In that regard. I appreciate the clarification, or the question, though, Mina. Defense, prosecution, and judge. Oh, there are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Robot on the stand.
On the orange crates.
Yep.
Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Oh no, that is Aura. Okay.
Yeah, it is Aura speaking through Klonko.
Wait, not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Wait, so this is being treated like... Am I mistaken in thinking that people were just saying that what was going to happen originally wasn't really going to matter all that much?
I guess because they thought it was retrying Blackwell, which wouldn't be like you can't just take a trial and go, okay, let's redo this, right? Like there has to be some kind of legal precedent, like new evidence found or a new lead or something.
Mm-hmm.
But trying Athena for this crime is still possible. You could because Blackwell's conviction was entirely based on his own confession and very little physical evidence.
Yeah.
So trying Athena for the murder, which means that she could still be criminally responsible for it, whether as an accessory or as indeed the murderer.
Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense then. So yeah, like, people were kind of saying, okay, well, I guess we can do this even though it's not going to do much, but then Aura's trump card is, actually, I'm not accusing Well, I'm not asking you to retry this. I'm accusing this other person of doing this crime.
Yeah.
Which basically forces you to dig up the truth on the matter.
It's a new trial. It's not a retrial, which is I think the important part.
Yeah. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
Edgeworth? X-nay on the arse fay? Fucking hell. What did you say? Edgeworth! Did you not hear what I just said to His Honor?
However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
I really wish you would all not interrupt me, interrupt my monologues. Like, I do have a point in all of this. Unlike what all of you may... Oh, sorry, go on.
You're all the type to stop a television program midway through and give your thoughts before the climax, aren't you?
That feels on the nose when I take every text box and go, hang on, let me talk for 10 minutes about this. Same. Unlike what the rest of you may think, I don't actually love the sound of my voice. Well, okay, I do, but that's not the reason I go on these monologues. Yeah, exactly, Cookie.
That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. We can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as though you know something of this truth.
Good. I appreciate that, Charles, but Cookie literally came in and message one that he sent in chat, like, annihilated my own title, so... Yeah.
Frame one parry.
Yep.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else.
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I'm sorry, Riot, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Now, I really hope we don't have a repeat of Apollo Justice, where I can refute a lot of shit that happens with 11-year-old
Regardless
girl.
the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Okay. How did those anime scenes flanderize these characters more than the actual text of the game does? It feels so fanficky. I don't really know why. And honestly,
I do.
Oh, go on.
The tisk is a bit much, but I do love Ezra just being like, "Yeah, I'm ready to." After Phoenix makes like this like big elaborate announcement.
Oh, absolutely. But like I don't know. Just like the whole tone of it is very much. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
But the two of them standing there with their little suit jackets blowing in the breeze, that goes fucking hard.
Oh, absolutely. I just wish there was a little less talking and more like... Oh, yeah, or also, honestly, I probably would have preferred, like, just the entire thing, except the judge is the only thing that says anything, and the two of them are just, like, kind of staring at each other. Although, again, the just kind of, like, nonchalant, yeah, of course I'm ready, from Edgeworth is definitely good.
Yeah. And yes, Cookie, this was 2013. The anime aired from 2016 to 2019.
You are right, Luca. I do prefer it a bit more subtle. It's true. I do wonder, though, whether it's just a product of, like, reading into non-voiced dialogue as opposed... And this is, like, the first time the author's kind of idea of how this dialogue is delivered is done, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I never actually thought about that before, but, like, yeah, no. There's a lot you can read into... Well, there's a lot of space to read into when you don't actually hear the dialogue delivered. Excuse me. Immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Divorce court.
It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity.
I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer.
It is a bit cute that they're both fighting for their subordinates here. I do like that extra bit of framing to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And also that technically isn't... Like, these two outcomes are not entirely mutually exclusive, and honestly...
Exactly, yeah.
Given the last time these two faced each other in court, I wouldn't be surprised if they're both trying to find the spot. But at the same time, they're probably also going to be like, okay, no, this is actually mutually exclusive. I have to go for this now. So.
Based on gay manga.
Yeah. I know without a doubt.
Thank you, Cookie.
Posting something on... Oh, whoop. Based on what? Gay manga. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So... Oh. Do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? We'll revoice this, it's been a while.
Yuri's fun, too.
Yeah.
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify true culprit, but it's clear what the person is, what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
True culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice. If I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose... Oh. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
Oh, I love that.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Well, clearly you haven't been keeping an eye on your subordinate.
Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little giggle.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Okay. I don't think we have a detailed cut around of the other side, do we?
No. I assume it's just mirrored because it's the museum, right?
Right. Athena's mother.
Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photograph, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? Not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Well, perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you're very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
Skills ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New testimony? Just who is this witness, anyway? It's me! Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Ganbate, everyone. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigations. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Now, can you put the thing in the court record? Aura Blackwell's theory. Now, hear me out. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Oh. Huh. Is it in here that we had? Yeah. Right, one of the cases is missing. Don't we have a... I feel like we've seen a picture of the moon rock. Oh, is it... Oh.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the case. The one that shows Blackwell with a sword has all 3 cases lined up in the background, but I don't know about the moon rock.
I feel like we saw a... I feel like we saw a picture of maybe one of the robots with the moon rock and the katana. Hold on. Like, I feel like we've seen the scene on... or the part of this room on the right with the moon rock and the katana. But it's, like, looking from a different angle. So that's on the left instead. And I remember, because we were looking at something... We were looking at, like, a piece of debris or some shit like that, and instantly I spotted that there was moon rock amongst it.
Right. I think it was the bomb.
Might have been something that Phoenix cleared out of the thing, although I don't know why. This doesn't have an examine. That has details.
Was it the videotape?
Doesn't have anything
No,
I
it
can
wasn't
examine.
that.
Yeah. Maybe it'll come
Yeah,
up.
it was the pieces of the bomb. I know what you were talking about when you were looking at the exploded bomb.
Yeah, and I know because I saw the moon rock in a picture, and I'm pretty sure it was that one. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. Totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling, they're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And the camera captured footage, that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Oh, now we get an actual thing from it. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside in the Space Center grounds. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, that's not good. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence.
Okay.
Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. There was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi.
That is what the evidence is saying, yes?
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting...
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Cyber new type Athena. That would go so hard. I want to see fucking Athena piloting the Psycho Gundam.
I wish I knew what that meant.
Only real Zeta heads get it.
Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
I'm pressing you on this, Fulbright. Oh, hang on, let me just, Oh, I don't have papers to shuffle. Let me just... Mr. Wright, this is a dumb question. Please proceed. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, look at just... Imagine the Psycho Gundam, but without, instead of the normal Gundam faceplate, it just has like an LED screen with Witch's face on it.
Awesome.
Just making the adorable angry face while it crushes you to death in its fist.
Okay, Simon isn't the murderer who's trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. The only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Unfortunately, I feel like I only have contradictions in the opposite direction to what I want. Because, for example, I know that a case was taken. If I had to guess, it looks like it might have been the biggest one. I don't think there's anything particularly... I guess you could line up the height somewhat. Alright, I guess we're just pressing everything. Okay, no, that's fine. Someone else. But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claim.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
Yeah, I
You're
was
the
about
one
to say.
screaming, "Hold it!" and cut me off.
Again, all of you people just cut me off in the middle of my monologues. I'm getting somewhere.
You must be nightmares in traffic, I tell you what.
I'm the king of the courtroom.
Courtroom behavioral therapy.
Yeah. No, Wright must be going somewhere with this. Let him take it. Fine. So maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. Where's the...
These bitches gay. Good for them.
Good for them. Anyway, I'm going to continue reading these notes here. Also, lay out the grounds for which she believes there's a person there. The fuck? Oh no, she has a perfectly good reason to think that. Can I know?
I guess it leads into the
No.
next statement.
I suppose.
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken.
Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has? What is that conclusion?
You're the one with her notes.
Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? I really wish I had papers with me. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. I can get papers. Hold on, I'm gonna not show that on screen just in case. Okay, here we go. Oh, awesome. Alright, that's even better. Yeah. Special guest for the stream today is a bunch of papers from... What the fuck are these? Okay. Stuff. I'm not gonna say what. I have papers though now. Oh, Jesus. There's water on my desk too. Oh, fucking hell. This is going very well. I don't know what you're all talking about. Yeah, condensation from my glass of water, which I kept in the center of my desk. While we were streaming. Alright. That can sit there. Alright, cool. Now I can do the joke maybe 3 or 4 times and then put them away. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And how do you propose he hit a person in inside one of those cases?
Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day?
Absolutely, Luca. Gotta commit to the bit.
At your own daughter's magic show, she fit into a grown person into a small box.
Did we actually see
that's
that?
so cute. I think that's so cute, though. That he goes to her magic shows, they go as a couple. Aw.
Or they just both go there because they both want to support her. At the very least. Like, I mean, they still went during the divorce period. They just, you know, there wasn't a lot of talking. They stood at opposite sides of the room. They read to me absolutely as like they would both be applauding, and then they'd see the other, and they'd try and like applaud a little bit louder.
I'm dying. Thank you so much for making this edit.
Oh god, what happened?
The Psycho Gundam with Widget's face.
Awesome. Perfect. I might show those during the break. That'd be a good time to show that. I don't really want to interrupt this now. Hold on. I'm not... There we go. Oh! Yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day.
Aw.
A magic show. I wish you would have thought to invite me.
Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So... Wait a minute, what were we talking about again? Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. It was a date, guys. Well, she was also putting on a show. Trucy draws a crowd now. Let's not discount that.
I'm so happy you found that. I was gonna nudge you in the direction of pressing that if you were gonna beeline straight for the correct solution, just because I love. There's so much subtextual dialogue between Phoenix and Miles in this case.
Yeah.
There is one that I'm going to hard guide you towards because it is the funniest line in the entire game.
Yes, and I've given you permission to just steer me in that direction when it happens or when it needs to happen.
Yeah.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Moon's a fucking egg, man. I don't know what to say.
Baby Bahamut in it, yeah.
And let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? That's an interesting way to phrase that. What else could have been in the case? Moonrock was stolen. The Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment. There is a hanging scroll and Japanese theatre mask on the wall. Like, Phoenix could probably bluff his way through this, but my problem is I don't really know... Like, I don't have an inkling at the moment of what could have otherwise been in that case, so I don't feel confident in being able to catch on to what he's talking about. This doesn't give us a... No, this is third floor. Oh, hang on, there are 3 pages. And the Space Museum, right. Fuck it. Why not? I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just had to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is.
This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with... this photo. Oh. That is a good point. And the arm is missing. Huh.
He was arrested for smuggling arms.
Oh, he was keeping his ponytail in the case. That makes sense.
It's a clip-on.
Yep.
This motherfucker's wearing a rug.
If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now.
Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. Sorry, one second, I just noticed... that has blood on it. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Phoenix? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, thank you, Luca. Meanwhile, in Apollo Justice, bro takes one single card with a blood droplet on it and builds an entire case around it. I mean, yeah, but, like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to that.
Also, that shit was fake.
Yes.
It's very easy to build a case when you're around a constructed narrative.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, to be fair, that was a duplicate of something. It wasn't it wasn't fabricated, right?
I mean, it was a duplication of a card that actually existed, but I don't know if the blood drop on it existed, though.
Well, wasn't... Oh, okay, I guess that's fair. But then... actually, I never really thought about that. Because I just presumed that the faked piece of evidence was evidence that was actually at the crime scene that, No, didn't Kristoff react like, hey, hold on, you shouldn't have that? Like, either Phoenix is really good at guessing, or Kristoff was freaking out like, wait, what the fuck? Like, that's not something that should have been at the scene. I would have noticed it. Well, no, I think the logic is, Cookie, that there could have been other reasons that's the case, but Kristoff still freaked out because there was a card with blood on it that he didn't see, but he didn't realize it was fake until after he'd freaked out, which is what allowed Phoenix to get him. Like, there's two scenarios here. Either Phoenix managed to recreate something he had no knowledge of, or that he shouldn't have had knowledge of and just guessed, or he wholesale fabricated the thing, which caused Kristoff to freak out anyway. Like, it's one of the two. And I don't think we actually have a definitive answer as to which way that goes. Well, but I think Cookie, I think that's the narrative sold to the court. But like, given Phoenix would already lie about it, I wouldn't put it past him to lie. I don't know. I think there's...
I don't know...
Oh, go on.
I don't know if it ultimately matters, right? Because, like, the point is he faked it to get a reaction out of Kristoff, and that's what happened. So regardless of whether or not he invented evidence to frame Kristoff, or, you know, it was just recreating something that Kristoff panicked because he knew that he took the real thing with him, the outcome was the same either way.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the point is the reaction and then building off of that reaction, not the fact... There is something more poetic when, like, that piece of evidence gets slid across and Kristoff looks at Phoenix and Phoenix looks at Kristoff like... Uh-huh. Like, there is some... that's obviously the more poetic angle, but it doesn't mean it's the only angle. Sorry, Mina, go on.
Let's press on.
Yeah.
But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. I've also realized, sorry, just after your comment there, that we've blown past when we should have taken a break. And I need some water anyway, because my throat is being weird.
Silence Gucci.
Yeah, so, we're gonna take a break here, and then... I mean, given the blood on the arm, it's possible that, like, person kills... Metis, and then a robot attacks, and they cut them with the bloodied blade. That would be my guess as to how the blood got on there, but yeah. Anyway, we will find out when we get back. I'm back. Alright, before we move on, gotta show this amazing work by Luca. I really should set up, studio. Why is Frontline actually kind of fun? I'm gonna be honest, I don't do nearly any PvP in 14. Haven't done for a while. Crystalline Conflict kind of got me for a bit, but after a while, I don't know. I fell off. I should probably try it at some point, but yeah. But yes, here we have Widget Gundam. Very good. Fucking, dying for one of those, but with the actual angry face on it, though. It's probably less good angles of that one, though. I should also give the larger scale PvP a try, because they also introduce those, like, unique... Or, no, the role-specific actions that you could pick from. I really should honestly give that a go. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the competitive stuff in 14, I'm just not really a fan of. Also, it unfortunately also brings out a version, like, an anger in me when I misplay that I haven't felt in a very long time. So, like, I also don't kind of like it for that reason, but, yeah. It is what it is.
Hello, everyone. I have returned.
Welcome back. I'm becoming a PvP freak. Oh, no. Can't relate, honestly. I never say never, though. Oh, I probably can't change it because I'm streaming. That makes sense. Oh, I'll have to look at that a different time. Alright. Let's get back to it. I showed the stream Luca's edit with of the Gundam with Widget's face on it. It's very good.
It's so good. Her brain's so huge.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Well, to be fair, I think she got the idea from you, so, like, your brain is huge, too.
I mean, she was the first one to bring up cyber new types, so... I think we just play off of each other well.
Yeah, exactly. Both of your brains are huge. Alright. Robot in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that the part belonged to a robot.
What?
Yes, it looked like the arm looked like the arm of the one before us, but it could easily be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it very difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
But that tells us exactly what it is. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell you which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Newspaper clipping, a photo of it. Yeah, okay, it's this one.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what have you to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't possibly fit in there. The case does come up about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by compacting? Crunch her into a box. Or cube. Trash compactor? Sure, why not? Crushes you small and flat. No, crushes you into... Well, I guess it's more of a... Oh, God. I used to know the term for a 3D object that has a rectagonal aspect to it.
I think Cookie is inverting the inflates you, making you big and round.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Rectagon.
Rectagon.
Terrible word.
Close enough.
Terrible word.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate combination of words, actually. No, it's not a spheroid. I'm moving on. We're not bringing spheromids back into this. Of course Ponko would fit. All that Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Okay, yeah, we saw this. Disassemble anything in a flash, push the dismantle button. Sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Oh, hold on. But she was... Oh, actually, that's the wrong photo. Well, no, this is... Oh, okay, hold on. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there's no blood on the floor, which would suggest she may not have been killed there.
Curious.
Which would mean... Okay, because the thing I thought of was, well, hold on a moment, the body was found on the thing, so could they have dismantled her? And given that the blood stain is there and the blood is on the arm, that would mean that, potentially, someone hit the robot with the bloody samurai sword. Or... Well, I'm thinking of aggressive dismantling. If it was dismantled that way, how would the blood have gotten on it? Okay, maybe I don't have as clear an answer to that as I thought. Mensa meeting, God.
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Yeah, here we go.
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Phoenix is going with my original idea. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion on as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so? Their joints aren't made of very tough material. The blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. That robot has blood in it. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Yeah. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Ah! My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Ah!
Order of the court.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. Alright, there we go. I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a blood stain on the end of the robot's arm. Yes! Finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendants inside the rolling case, but the robot.
Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
I didn't say that.
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense.
Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something. Or someone.
Bro, Blackwell is not that wide. He is not hiding a whole ass child in front of his chest. Like, there's no fucking way. That's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing.
Oh.
The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A bloodstain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her.
Oh no. Yeah, okay. Alright, yep. Exact same 2 lines again.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
Really does not look like that from that image they showed you. It just
A
looks
most
like a goddamn
gruesome stamp
smudge.
Indeed.
Oh, sorry.
Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene.
Yeah, and given that little sequence we've seen before of Athena flashing back to that, yeah.
And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
Why not? I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No. I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But, as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
A robot witness?
Oh, come on, that's not the silliest thing we've done here.
Order! Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you are on the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot.
You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Heyo.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
Alright, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray. What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. Yippee. Yay, I was helpful.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to the case after all.
This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes? It's inexcusable.
Judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony
Oh my god,
today?
no, he was referring to Ponko, because I was like, oh yeah, no, it is fucked up someone murdered Athena's mother in front of her. Oh, sorry, you meant Ponko? Right, we were charging the child with murder, weren't we? What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mummy Metis. And then Mummy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. His testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yeah, it really is wild this is being held in this courtroom. It's like, oh yeah, is the building structurally sound enough to hold this court in here? I don't think anyone asked that. I mean, there's a pillar lying directly behind Edgeworth here.
What the witness's statements are telling us that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
What?
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
I just noticed. I don't know if I actually noticed something or not, but I remember, or I'm hoping I remember the back of Clonko correctly, but it looks like they had different plugs on the back.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe they have their own dedicated charging stations.
Potentially. Oh man, I wish I could go back and have a look at Clonko, but there are a few load-bearing Blue Badger posters. Yeah, exactly. And those are intact, so, you know, building sound. Yes, they did. They spoke to each other.
Edgeworth,
Oh, go on.
Edgeworth's like, I don't like this badger. And tears it down and the wall starts cracking.
Put it back! Put it back! They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
See, moments like that, I'm not... I genuinely don't know if Edgeworth is, like, egging him on, or if he genuinely just thinks that's a slam dunk. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie.
Yeah, but your interpretation could be off, Edgeworth.
This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless... I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mummy Metis. Oh, fuck. Right. Mummy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point. I think I just need more info on everything. Your regular recharge? What is that, exactly? I have to refill my battery's power, or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred at around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. So, charge up. Yep. Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
Listen to every voice. It would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
This is true.
You hear me, Bezos? Knock it off.
Yeah. I don't want you to hear anything unless I specifically say, Alexa. Fuck. Oh my god. 3 different names flew through my head and none of them were right. Yeah, my joke's gone now. I can't resurrect that. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however.
Which, it showed me this guy's balls.
We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
This fell down. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mummy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart?
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. You know, remember that conversation we had about facial recognition versus the ID?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if something like that could be happening here. These robots are kind of scary. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But, wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how is Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could she still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be held.
No, we absolutely do not, Luca.
See, realistically, that's the only way that Metis' research would get funded. She was like,
Yeah.
I'm giving robots empathy so they can pretend to care about fucking foreigners or like gun them down.
Mm-hmm. I'm very... it's the fucking meme of Daredevil, but it's Ponko instead.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
What it does appear, I detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mummy Metis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Onko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. He didn't... There's no blood stain there. Although I guess the cases could be hiding that. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yeah, I think so. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I liked it added to her testimony.
Very well. Uncle, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll was Mummy Metis's prized possession. Okay. Pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago. There is definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. Is there some problem with this statement? I mean, it's not where her body was. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's, like, just the basic thing. Like, I'm reading into it even more and saying there wasn't even a blood stain there, which is also suspicious, but... yeah, there's also a discarded coat on the ground, which would have someone's ID. I feel like the identity of someone in this scenario Ponko's describing is not actually who Ponko says they are.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray. Yippee. I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However... her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are in 2 different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. And that might explain why the blood is on Simon's... well, no, because it was the headphones specifically, he said. Yeah. The defendant moved the body, the victim moved. I mean,
an 11-year-old girl could hardly move a body.
Yeah, the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Oh, okay, I see. So, the claim is that she died from the hug, but she moved, and that Athena was not going to carry her mother over there, at least without evidence being smeared all over the floor. So therefore, it was not the moment of the murder.
Whew, I'm very relieved to hear that.
No, give me a minute. Oh,
Glad to know
fuck.
the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes. As we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
I don't know if I like this writing or not. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't buy that Edgeworth would be, like, playing up Phoenix being a rookie like this. Like, it kind of goes beyond being petty for me. Or I can imagine Edgeworth being petty. This doesn't read like being petty. Like, in context, this just sounds dumb. Oh,
I think
sorry,
he's
I
like
skipped
teasing
that
his
one.
husband.
I mean, well, but my point is that I don't think the writers see it that way. I think they think they're genuinely being, like, kind of snide, but I think it doesn't read unless you think, unless you add something else to that that's not there. And I don't think they saw that as there. Does that make sense?
I don't know. That feels like projection to me. I think that you have a negative opinion on these writers, and so you're kind of projecting that onto fairly innocuous lines, just about like, kind of just like two rivals friendly ribbling each other.
But no. I disagree. I'm not. Sorry. To be clear, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that the writing is bad. I'm saying that I don't buy that this would be the angle Edgeworth, like, okay. Let me rephrase it then. At least my interpretation of their, like, Edgeworth and Phoenix's relationship, I feel like this kind of ribbing is kind of weird. I feel like there'd be better ribbing that they could do, where, like, oh god, it's right, kind of like diving on the details again and not doing crap about it. Like, specifically the green comment is the bit... I don't know. Maybe I am being petty. I don't know. It just doesn't... It just, like... Yeah, I don't...
I wouldn't say you're being petty. I just think that, like, this game might have a bit of, like... It exists in a sour part of your periphery right now.
Well, no, I disagree with that. I think there have been other points at which I don't... Well, actually, you know what? This might be my read on their read of Edgeworth, because even back in Justice for All, I took a major fucking issue with the way they framed Edgeworth treating... Adrian Andrews. And I genuinely haven't liked the way that, they've handled him. So maybe I'm being uncharitable in a different way there. After 8 years and Edgeworth going to Trucy's magic shows the rivalry being this is harder to believe. Like, the characterization is almost reverting to the original trilogy, but a lot of time in... Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Like... Yeah, sorry, this is a hard thing for me to, like, really nail specifically, because it is not an objective thing with the writing, it's very much a subjective kind of interpretation level thing going on. But I would say Luca's point about, like, the rivalry being like, this is harder to believe. Like, not that there is one, not that they wouldn't rib each other, but, like, the things that are being ribbed at feel like small potatoes for two people who have been on opposite sides of the bench for this long. Does that make sense?
I don't know about this long though, because like Phoenix was an attorney for the better part of like 2 3/4 years, and he only just got back to it this year. So I don't think that they've had like a super long standing rivalry. Like outside of the first game where they faced off 3 times, they faced off once in Justice for All, and they haven't been on the opposite side of the courtroom since then. So I don't know. I feel like once they're back into these positions again, I think it does make sense that they're just like, you know, being kind of petty and childish and sniping at each other like this, because we've seen in the investigation that they do actually treat each other with a lot of respect.
But Mina, again, I'm not taking issue with the ribbing or anything like that. It just seems very odd to use the phrase green with Phoenix. Like, even within the world of the game, like I feel like if this was a Edgeworth going... Sorry, we're making a bigger deal out of this, because you're right, it is a very small thing. And, like, I don't know, I blow out things to talk about it because I think they're interesting to talk about. Like, that's not a problem. But, like...
I think the word choice was just to set up this joke, I feel. Like, it's just a pun.
I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Right in anything but a... Oh, fuck, maybe you're right. like it's an offhanded comment from Edgeworth, like, oh yes, green, ha ha ha. And then the judge is like, what, I don't get that. And everyone's like, okay then. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think
think
I'm biased too. Mm-hmm. Like, I think that the two of the way these two are written in this game is one of the things I do like about it. But I don't know, maybe it's because I just played the Edgeworth trilogy, or the Edgeworth duology rather, and I know that he still is this much of a fucking like like it never leaves him. Like he's always like this, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean there's definitely things I've said during the course of this game that I look back at and be like, oh yeah, that was jumping the gun a little bit, and I wasn't giving it enough credit in some places. And it could also be that, like, I'm, like, on one hand, seeing, like, Edgeworth... sorry, not Edgeworth. Seeing Phoenix's character advance, and then being brought back in line for the most part, though there is definitely some textual stuff that definitely suggests he's still got that beanie on. Like... Yeah, and maybe that makes sense. That Edgeworth, like, still sees him as that. I don't know. We've dug into this way more than I would have preferred. We can move on. I definitely think maybe I'm maybe taking too much issue with that, but it does rub me the wrong way for some reason. And it's probably just phrasing too, and they just thought, oh yeah, but this would be funny to make the judge make a blue suit joke. So, yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think that the whole thing was just to set up this pun.
Probably,
it could be like a weird Japanese language joke that they couldn't translate, so they just invented a line for Edgeworth whole cloth. I don't know.
No, true. I mean, there's puns aplenty in this game. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a green-blue joke here.
Yeah.
Well, I can't recall seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there.
What about another robot, though?
We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim are the only ones present.
And who do you suggest move the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
That's not her... Okay. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Oh, fuck. Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little Pongo?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That's honestly probably one of the most realistic depictions of robotics I've seen.
Yeah.
Like, the robot doesn't have a camera. It just looks around and it sees, like, if it sees a barcode, it goes, oh, that's what that is. Like,
Yeah.
it cannot intuit that, you know, a table is a table or that this tool is a tool unless it has data telling it, yes, this is that.
Yeah, it's like it's effectively your camera. Like, your camera can't tell what it's looking at, but it knows when it's looking at a QR code, for example.
Exactly,
and therefore
yeah.
it can use that to interpret something.
Yeah, like Meta's figured out a way to beat the CAPTCHA system just by putting fucking barcodes and everything.
Yep. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? I don't know if he's ignoring her or if he just is that bad with names. Like, I know from the Edgeworth games that he actually is very bad with names, like, multiple times. Even after he's met someone several times, he'll think in his internal monologue and get their name wrong.
God.
But, like, the fact that she's correcting him to his face and he doesn't pick up on it is, like...
Oh, he's just moving on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table.
Ah. I'm not that keen to test out the compressor filter, I'm not gonna lie. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? And well, that would just protect stream. That would not protect me now, and I don't want to yell into the mic. This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detective system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working.
Blood over the coat. Okay.
If she kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system, which would be triggered by a person's heartbeat, Phoenix. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter.
Yeah, that's true.
With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't have been able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
Oh, and there's a thing on the ground next to the body. Yeah. Maybe not what that is, but there is also evidence her face could have been covered up. He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions bind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Fucking logic lord here. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right?
That's right, and to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. Am I voicing this, or are we...
Yeah, sorry, I'm just fucking Edgeworth, oh my god. No, we saw this stream, it's fine.
Okay.
Just put her on the operating table.
It is a very gruesome assertion, though.
Yeah. She would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt, yeah. Hey, Edgeworth, like, I guess he wasn't here for this conversation, but we can also interpret that as, oh, Athena found the body and asked, Ponko to move the body onto the table, hoping it would fix her, because she didn't understand. Just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting...
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people.
Take a look at Pongo's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
Listen, for the machines go the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
This happened even earlier. Oh my god, game. No way. I refuse to believe it.
So this is a bit of a tangent, but I just started playing the 100 line on Thursday night.
Oh yeah.
And like this game, that game also occasionally flashes back to things that happened. But you know what it does? When it flashes back to things that happen, it does one line, maybe one line. Like it centers in whatever the most important thing that was said was, and shows that to you again. And oftentimes this was like 5 or 6 hours of gameplay ago.
Yeah.
It's admirable restraint. I don't know why this series in particular is so obsessed with flashing back to things you just saw and then doing like 5 or 6 text boxes.
Yeah. And it's been getting measurably worse. Like, I feel like this wasn't as much of a problem in the earlier games. And the funny thing was, like, Luca was ahead of me in the Ace Attorney games, and I remember having discussions a lot about, like, oh god, the flashbacks. And I'm like, yeah, but that kind of makes sense. But now that I'm here, I'm like, no, this feels like it's doing it a lot more than or either it's doing it a lot more now, or it's doing it a lot more for things that I don't necessarily need a reminder of.
Yeah, it feels very catered to, like, a specifically, like, Japan-centric mobile playstyle, where you're whipping out your 3DS on the subway for like 3 minutes at a time to play between stops or whatever.
Oh, even
like before you have to transfer.
Even for longer trips, like 30 to 20 minute chunks, like yeah, we've been playing for almost 3 hours. That thing that we just flashed back to could have easily been like 6 hours ago in real time. But only, like, 30 to 40 minutes in gameplay time, because I played it in the morning and then I played it in the afternoon. Yeah,
and
no,
like,
exactly.
It feels like it was specifically designed for that. Which is really obnoxious, because that's not the way that we're playing these games, so we notice it a lot more. Whereas someone who, only has time to play in 30-minute chunks, they might go, oh, yeah, I remember that. That's good. Whereas, we who saw it only a few hours ago go, yes, I remember. My memory span goes beyond what I had for breakfast this morning.
Well, but it's funny, too, because we both are and aren't in that kind of playing it in that way, because we have a big week between them. And I have definitely forgotten things that happened, like, right at the end of the last stream and came up, like, minutes later. But because there was an entire week between them, like, yeah, sometimes that reminder actually... Yeah. And the unfortunate thing is that the alternate scenario isn't going to, isn't really a solution. Because, like, okay, yeah, that would help us who are playing it for long spans of time, but that would make it, like, specifically a logic game that has a lot of, like, narrative twist to it, that would make it, like, really hard to play in the format where you're taking a lot of, like, public transport. Fuck, I used to do that. I used to play, Fire Emblem Three Houses on my commutes, up and back from work, and... like, that didn't end up flashing back, and I'm almost certain that, like, I had forgotten things between trips. Yeah, it's unfortunate that, much like the, assistance thing they had, there isn't, like, an option to turn off the frequent reminders. But then again, like, even then, choosing what is an important reminder and what isn't doesn't feel like it would work. Whereas the actual solution is kind of what you described 100 Line is doing, where it's just like, we go back to a very specific line, and then we come back. And that's it.
Yeah.
Or
like, this is just kind of the Kodaka school of writing in general, and I guess Uchikoshi's as well. Sometimes characters will just say, hey, do you remember when this character said that? And the character will go, yeah, I remember that. And it doesn't even flash back. Like, they just invoke it, like, verbally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it makes a lot more sense. It comes off a lot more naturalistic, and you don't need to do a flashback to potentially obnoxiously remind someone of something. They can like, the player can just be prompted like someone is just asking them if they remember. And like this game has done it better before too, where they go back to a point in time, but they have another character talking about that instead of just repeating what was said. And that reads at least a bit more naturalistically, where, like, we're just being put into the perspective of the characters remembering that and discussing it, rather than, like, rather than it feeling video gamey, where we're just pushed back into that moment in time and then drawn back again. Kind of makes me appreciate how much Uchikoshi nailed it with 999, where you can just do one route and then not play the game for a bit. Yeah, I suppose... that's one way to look at it. That, like, the whole route thing means that chunks of the game take less time, which means that you can tell a more complicated story, but, like, A, you don't need to immediately remember anything that happened in the others, so they can kind of be self-contained, but B, when they do actually matter, like, that's the whole point of the game. And the game will very specifically remind you of, hey, remember the thing that happened in other playthrough? Yeah. It definitely, definitely a relic of its time, for sure.
Yeah, it was designed for a very specific use case, and it serves its purpose for that use case, but it's very obnoxious outside of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace.
That's such a malicious fucking thought for you to think an 11-year-old would have.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
No. Don't say another word. Just stop.
...was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
That can't be true. Also, yeah, Edgeworth, I bet this will make people believe in the legal system again. That 11-year-old wanted to deconstruct her own mother's body that she murdered. Fucking hell.
Order. Order in the court.
She's an autistic child. Sorry, we're making so many fucking Gundam references. They're going right over your head this stream.
Yeah. Wait, that's a Gundam reference. Oh my god.
There's a very famous screenshot of the protagonist of Zeta Gundam, Camille Bidan, pouting and saying, "I'm an autistic child," and people thought it was a fake screenshot. But no, if you translate the literal Japanese line, he says, "I am a child of autism."
God. Oh my god, child of autism is a really funny way to phrase that.
Yeah, it's so good.
Fuck. God. I've been known to I've been known to jokingly call myself a woman of autism to my friend. That's awesome.
Order in the court. Order in the court, I say.
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less.
Okay, you know what? I take it back about that green line, because this makes a lot more sense in this framing than it did just offhandedly.
Yeah.
Because he's looking at it as, like, you're naive as hell. Because I am thinking about this logically, about how a murderer would try to think about this, and that is the only logical explanation, and if you don't think that, then you are naive. Ah, God, I hate you, Edgeworth. Amazing character.
What I think is interesting is that, like, this game and the next one kind of differentiate glasses on Edgeworth and glasses off Edgeworth. When he's got the glasses on, he's this fatherly, like, understanding guy, and when he's got them off, he's fucking ruthless.
Jesus.
Daddy Edgeworth versus Edgeworth, exactly.
Yeah.
Keep the phrase Daddy Edgeworth in your mind.
Cool.
My theory is simply the result of rational consideration of every possibility.
Jesus Christ.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What? What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened.
Are we ignoring that there was an undetermined span of time that Ponko... Oh my fucking god, dude. Ugh.
And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation.
But that 11-year-old definitely did stab her mother. Don't worry about me thinking about the most morbid scenario here. That definitely doesn't color my perception of this at all. But
we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. The body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence. Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. Hey, Edgeworth, how about you present some evidence about the claim you're gonna make? No? Okay. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty.
Oh my fucking god.
Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough. But there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. I can't think of a single thing. Oh.
Prosecutor Blackwell. This is quite a farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Thank you, Blackwell. Go on. We're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? What is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead.
Alrighty then. 7 years ago. Awesome.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes.
Alright.
When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be...
She fell means she fell, maybe that. I'm ever in trial fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there were no traces of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony?
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
And how do you explain the fact the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
Yeah, I gotta say, Edgeworth, like, Phoenix has just kind of been letting Edgeworth walk all over him with, like, presumption of what the robot implied happened, and has not been saying, and I guess, like, because on one hand, like, the prosecution just doesn't ever get asked for any evidence or any of their claims, but, like, if Phoenix barked up, I feel like the game would just be like, well, present evidence, and it's like, what the fuck do you want? Like, he doesn't have to present evidence about this. Yeah. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. But why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I may Mr. Ferry across the sticks.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget, I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell?
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Oh, sorry, I should be... Yeah, we're not gonna... No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocent. I feel like we're jumping around in the dialogue. I feel like it didn't actually happen like this, which, hey, thanks, game, for condensing this, at least. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Aura is literally yelling at y'all with an exclamation. Oh my god, who now? Huh? What? What the fuck?
Please, someone clip him looking over his shoulder.
What the fuck?
Athena in my house?
It's just like... Who let him back onto the... Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Jesus Christ. Athena, what are you... Are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
He really is. I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes don't know. No need for you to chime in here, just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that 21st night of September?
That horrible, horrible trial.
Same thing as before.
Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. We'll redo this one.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sykes, you do realize what it would mean. You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then, well, trials are binary. It's like a light switch. Either he did it or you did it.
That's how court works.
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and face the truth.
Nina is being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
What's the Tumblr post? Obviously, real-life Court is nothing like Ace Attorney, except for sometimes when Court is concerningly similar to Ace Attorney. Oh, God. Went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose as I waited for Dr. Sykes to return.
I love the mental image of him just standing behind the door.
In that
like
stance,
the entire
yeah.
time. Yeah.
Hey, why were you happy Athena was there?
Got it!
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and I hadn't found her yet, I grew worried.
Luca.
So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? Also, hi, newest girl.
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan, nothing contradictory about that.
Why did you think she was in danger? Gah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
Killing Dr. Sykes. Pat. I mean, that's the wrong. I was relieved. But, hold on. Little big. Oh yeah, there we go. Just wait for my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return, and thought you said you were happy. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
I mean, I ran her mother through right in front of her. It's kind of a bit ghastly.
Skewered her like one of them shish kebabs.
Can't be talking about that, can he? Okay,
That
yeah.
was just a convenient subject for her research.
Okay, this one at least feels apropos.
Yeah. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research that she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. Well, that day was different. I heard someone cry in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
He's mastered the noise.
Like, I think it's a testament to how fucking smart and like good on his feet Blackwell is that on the fly he adjusted to a contradiction by adapting Edgeworth's like theoretical motive for Athena for himself instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where we mentioned it went up? I've never seen it do that before.
Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on his lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? Oh, Jesus. Do we actually have, do we know what that testimony's going to be now? I don't think we do.
I don't think so, no.
Do we at least have... as long as you got it. Okay, it only shows me the thing I actually picked. I feel like it's probably going to be the emotions for the time being. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
Heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes comes in. Oh my god, this is completely different now. This is different even to what he was just saying, too.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because rather than like changing, trying to hide his emotions, he's like changing his testimony to fit what his emotions are instead.
Crying from next door, of course. I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Right, surprised to find Athena. Surprised and angry to see Dr. Sykes walk in. I feel like something's not adding up here. Seen unusual out of place. Okay, thank you. I can at least get out of the goddamn noise. 'Cause that fucking sound design on that is awful. Well, no, it's fine, but, like, I can't sit there and think. I feel like something about this is definitely not right, because I don't know how this squares with what we heard from Ponko. Like, I don't know if Ponko is actually out at this... Well, no. She would have had to have been out at this point. That's the whole point of the before and after. So the burner happened in the time that Ponko wasn't awake. So the fact that Athena, Blackwell, and Sykes moved into and Dr. Sykes moved into the room, like, isn't a problem in and of itself. Do I have a history of the... Oh, God damn it. I really wish it would show me in the history what the entire sequence was. I don't want to go back in there with the noise and go through it again. So...
Ironically, this game about, focusing a lot about an autistic woman and how overstimulated she was, features sequences that are very overstimulated.
Yeah. Jesus. Okay. So... He says he is crying from the robotics room. He walks in there to find Athena. And then, before he can do anything, Dr. Sykes walks into the room, and then he stabs her. Like, I don't know if this is going to be the same testimony. Maybe I should see if it is the same testimony and see if I can figure it out from there. An inconsistency in his emotions, though. Take a break and go back to looking for contradictory testimony. Yeah, let's try his testimony. Okay, let's compare the testimony with the evidence one more time. Okay, yeah, it is going to be the same. Cool. Well, at least I get to look at this without the goddamn noise now.
Yeah.
I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I don't know if it's odd to note, but I'm pretty sure that's also not Dr. Sykes' hair color.
Actually, can you check the profile for her?
I believe... Oh, not here. No. Right, because I'm in the middle of testimony. I can't look at the full court record. I thought her hair was, like, brown.
Yeah.
Okay. Heard crying. Sure. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Okay. Oh my god. Before I could lead Athena out of there, Dr. Sykes came in. I don't know if I have any evidence that could actually contradict any of this. It was found only on the blade. Oh, hold on. yeah, I suppose it's a pretty dark brown. And it might just be the blue filter, but it definitely does look like more dark. It looks more like a dark and no color than dark and brown, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and the text box kind of obscures the ponytail, which makes it look like she has a completely different hairstyle than she usually does, too.
Oh, I mean, I could kind of make that out. Like, the headpiece on, or the little piece on the back of her head wasn't was enough for me to assume that, but... Fuck. I don't think there is a contradiction in the evidence.
And to go back to beeping hell.
Yeah. Back to... Oh. Shit. I think I probably should have been paying attention to that a bit more. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't anything. Alright, back to Audio Jungle. I mean, I could believe either of those. Sadness does strike me as a little strange, though, because you don't know what it is. And specifically the sadness, like, missing here? Like, that might be a thing?
And the surprise gets really big, too, yeah.
Yeah. Which, like... yeah. Because, like, I could read that as either, oh, it is actually Athena, or I could read that as, wait, why were you surprised? You heard a child crying, of course that would be Athena, right? So surprised and a little mad definitely lines up with the dialogue here. And yeah, if we're going by the logic he just described, this sadness would also make sense as well. Because he doesn't want to do it, and it's obviously affecting, or more related to Athena.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't remember what the answer to this one is, I just remember it being, like, a bit unintuitive.
Okay. I'm gonna pick this one. No. Signing your testimony, find an unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. Really isn't anything strange here. I think maybe we made a mistake. I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look.
It's a good thing I feel like at some point in development you lost life for getting these wrong, and then they realized that some of them are so esoteric that wouldn't be fair.
Yeah. No? Okay.
So, like, it's better than, you know, getting punished for these, like, bullshit beeping faces, but it does mean that you can just brute force it, which feels kind of like, you know...
antithetical to, like...
Yeah, it's not a clever puzzle if the best way through is just to keep picking until you get the right one.
Okay. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
You saw a crying child inside?
Oh, alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
Oh, are you claiming that you used the sword on the robot? Uh-oh, Blackwell, don't do that. So, Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it?
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight.
Ponko didn't mention anything like that. So wait, but that means... Oh my god, no, Blackwell, what are you doing? Like, you're a quick thinker, but I don't think you're actually thinking this through.
So I slashed Ponko with a katana right there in the lab.
And there it is.
That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
My defenses are fully back online.
Shields up 100%.
It's at 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Here's testimony. Well, okay, hold on. No, this is a contradiction. Yeah, okay. No, I am gonna go with this. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
Feeling it. Oh my god, new dialogue again.
With a
Just
feeling
then.
of dread, I opened the robotics lab door. Just then, Pongo attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. The way he's posed there, it looked like he was posing stylishly, like a Monster Hunter after they do like a cool move or something.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of pose you strike after you do like a spirit release slash.
Yeah. I think this is... Yeah, this is the same dialogue as before. Okay, that's fine. Okay, the question is, which of these do I go for? Because my contradicting point here is that... So you say you use the katana to slash Ponko, but Ponko's Ponko's arm had blood on it, which means it was hit with a bloody katana.
Yeah.
So
that's probably it then.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's probably here and the bloody katana.
Or maybe the photo of the bloody stump.
Yeah, maybe. Oh shit! This feels like one of those things where it's like connect two pieces of evidence, and I don't know if it's gonna be strong enough for this.
Because this one, the description of the photo does say the arm has blood on it, which usually that was added specifically after you last pointed it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a blood stain on the end of the robot's arm. Yeah. All right. Send it.
Objection!
There we go.
Yeah.
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
Waiting for the Power Rangers colored smoke and explosions to erupt behind him. Yeah, really.
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sins?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
Oh, I only made a joke about that before, Your Honor. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it? So then, it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies.
Yeah.
Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now!
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here.
It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix, right. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Oh my god. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare! Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then... I saw it. That terrible scene. Uh-huh. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Choice to kill my mentor. What did you see? Ponko? No. Root cause of all these emotions is this.
I'm actually not getting any particularly big readings there, Mr. Wright.
Guess that's not it, then. What could have caused Blackwell to react with all these emotions all at once? Surely it's something here, like... No? Oh, God. Oh, no. No, I just wanted you to speed up the dialogue. Fuck it. Oh my god. Game. Stop. Stop it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's probably Athena covered in blood. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor?
You should know better. And if I was pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me, too?
Believe in the me that believes in Athena. Athena's innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright. It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. He was lying on the open operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mum. That's why I'm taking her apart to fix her." And that is the image that's actually on the ESRB's reason for why this game isn't rated M.
Yep. Yep. Alright. Yep, I understood.
That's what I
Jesus
saw. And
Christ.
now You have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
Higurashi type Pete, yeah, goddamn. No. Prosecutor finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating.
I tried to take my mother apart. I... So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Yeah, save us T-posing Maya, your only hope. Athena.
As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but...
God, I so desperately want Blackwell to go off against Edgeworth right now. Like, how fucking dare you do this, you piece of shit.
You dare cast aspersions on my matter by claiming Athena was used in such a matter? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. It emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones are what enable you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Your love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. And what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself? You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. I can't. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or you're the type of man to turn your back to things that you disagree with.
I'm not. But this. I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena?
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
How much longer do we want to continue?
There's going to be a very good cutoff point fairly soon.
Okay. All good.
Thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena.
Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle, onto my fingers.
Okay.
Your
There
Honor,
it is.
please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
I'd like to get out of here before this room collapses. I feel like we've kind of spent all the time we can in here. Looks nervously at the rubble. Phoenix.
Objection!
Thank you. I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth.
The trial isn't over until the bold man sees. God damn it, Luca. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
Are we doing this one?
Yeah, let's do this one, because this is
Okay.
dramatic, at least.
Yeah. I did a little research. I looked into the special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the... It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos. But still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright.
He's never used the Nagatama on the stand, has he?
No, I think it's because that was back when, like, bullshit lawyer superpowers wouldn't actually be admissible in court. And now
Yeah,
they clearly
true.
are. So.
Your Honor, I think we've heard enough spirit mediums and dead people to allow me to use my magic powers to see into a person's soul now. I'm pretty sure you did that for Apollo as well, so can I just get this once?
Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes's confession?
Okay, yeah. I will also give this one a pass because it's not about to do a witness testimony thing, and it's just literally
Exactly,
reminding you
yeah.
of the exact text.
You have to present evidence. It's just giving you the text so you can check the log quickly if you need to.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I sure do. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
There's a problem with her confession. Please prove it to this court now.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember holding the weapon and getting blood in my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail. It's very funny that he went from, yes, this is
exactly
ironclad
correct and
confession,"
reliable.
to, well, we can't trust everything she says, just some of the things that are convenient for me.
Yeah, precisely.
Objection!
I'll give him a pass because he's trying to get his buddy free, but still.
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means?
That's a good question. Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Oh, shit, fuck.
Was that it?
Sorry, that was the branch. Oh god, there was like a little bit of a delay in the stream, and as soon as it showed up, my brain registered it.
Fuck. I didn't say that long ago we could power through it we'd
If you
probably
want to
need...
power through it,
Yeah, I don't mind powering through
You
it.
wanna-
I'm more conscious of your time than mine.
if you want to power through it, I don't mind. I think it's worth it. But
Oh, we'll do it. Yeah, yeah. Like,
Okay.
What is that? Yeah, it was like 20 minutes ago. Do we want to do that now? Yeah, fuck it. Alright, I'm gonna give myself
Sure.
a save point just in case. Alright.
sorry, you're so fast on the trigger. Your brain is so smart.
Yeah, no, sorry. Well, the other thing for that too was that fucking I sat there for I did sat there for a couple of beats and I was like, oh yeah. Like again, it completely out of my mind that there was something that needed to yeah. Right, where are we?
I think you need to switch back to emotions.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then pinpoint Athena.
Oh my fucking god, it's not gonna let me power through the... Fuck you, game.
Is there an option? Is there an option to skip dialogue you haven't seen?
Good question.
Text skip on.
Alright, there we go. Yep. Oh, yep, that zipped through. So, this one... No, wait, no, we're talking about cutting down the robot.
Oh, right, yeah, this one was contradiction, you're right, sorry.
Yeah. No, I thought you were right. I misinterpreted. I wasn't reading the dialogue correctly. Trey's testimony. Yeah, I should have realized when it was talking about attacking Ponko.
Objection!
Oh, that's the wrong piece. That's the wrong evidence. Fucking hell.
That's fine.
Alright, still his testimony. I can just go back to the save, it's fine.
Yeah.
It was this. We're gonna get a bloody child jump scare, though. At some point during this.
So true.
I will say, this got a lot darker than I was expecting, but I think it's also leaning into that a lot more than I was expecting, which is the more surprising thing. Because, like, this is, also, this is unironically some fucking Danganronpa shit. Especially with, like, the way Athena acts with, like, you know, Widget turning off and, like, the ominous, like, looming, the ominous, like, ambient noise, too. Yeah. Like, it's actually managing to play the unsettling tone, like, a lot better than I was really expecting it to. Which, considering how goofy this setting usually is, like, it's actually pretty remarkable they managed to ride that line.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, there is something to be said about, like, the crossover between, like, comedy and horror. Like, there's a surprising amount of overlap between those two. It's just you go in different directions to cause the different emotions. Please see Jordan Peele's work and also Brian David Gilbert.
Hold it!
two of the great auteurs of our
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Yeah, his I don't know whether it's necessarily underrated, but I feel like people have talked about the you know, the I made all this money from doing this job that I don't know the thing about, and they don't talk as much about the videotape video he did,
Yeah.
which is like, at least in my opinion, that's like the kind of like dread and uneasiness I really adore.
Me too. Motherfuckers don't even know about Pumpkin Cowboy.
Mm-hmm.
Objection!
Alright, we're almost there.
Objection!
Really is very funny that, like, Athena was talking and then Phoenix, like, yelled objection instead of just, like, talking to Athena.
Yeah, people tend to do that a lot in this series.
Objection! I wasn't giving testimony. Yep, and the problem is the sword. It's a vocal tick, yes! If I disagree with someone, I have to say objection, or hold it. It's the law. Literally.
Objection!
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 Objection! Alright.
Okay, so say the blood was wiped off the weapon. This is very important.
Okay, very important. The blood was wiped off of the handle. Uh-oh. I got the treatment.
I shouldn't have to explain the implications of your own argument to you, right? But
Oh yeah, this is that Larry Butts bit where he's just like, okay, well, oh yeah, he's just like, I can't deal with this, Larry. You have to realize the contradictions in your own statement. And then he spells all of them out, and Edgeworth is there just like,
all your claims suggest is that Miss Sykes wiped the blood off herself after the fact.
I knew that.
I know that bluffing your way through things is your calling card. But your credibility phoned just now, and it told me to tell you to put a sock in it.
Okay, that was very good.
No.
Shut up!
I told you it was worth it.
Being fucking scolded by his ex-husband in court. Oh, I hate that one of you said keep daddy in mind, and I was like, yeah, okay. Now,
Alright, you can reload now.
awesome. Holy shit.
It was just critical. It was imperative
No,
that you saw that
I
line.
completely agree. You.
It's that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Daddy is the most important line in the entire game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we're just after that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So now with the correct answer. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What's he up to this time?
This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana... Oh my god, the slashed coat. It could help me prove her innocence.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right. Of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Just the most exasperated, like, what the fuck are you... What do you mean by... What did he mean by this?
What's all this then?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? Wait a minute. There is something. What was there? There is a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Oh. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
What, that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this, like this one, are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Oh, what? Did you update that one too?
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now.
And then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Uh-huh. I see a missing one. And this is all out of order as well. Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design on these handles?
Therefore, if there was no other bladed weapon in the room,
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
and what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
No, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, yeah, and like, maybe. Okay, you know what? Sorry, to come back to this, the Edgeworth criticism I had before. I feel like part of what's happening here is that, in some ways, like, I feel like I'm getting ahead of the game in terms of the things it's leading me through. So, for example, like, you know, in that dramatic thing, when Athena is talking through what she's saying, I interrupted it with, oh, yeah, there's the evidence. And I think maybe there's something to that, like, leading me to, think these things through, like, I spotted this, therefore it's obvious, therefore this character being weird about not seeing something like that means that it's, like, and I am fighting that, because that's obviously not the thing, but maybe I've got a blind spot specifically for then characters acting with regard to not, like, literal puzzles put in front of the player and applying that same frustration to it. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. That could be what's happening here, where, like, I make the snide remark, we make the snide remark of, like, oh, yeah, okay, Edgeworth's kind of blind, he doesn't see the thing. But part of that is me playing the games for a while, getting ahead of some of the logic, and then having to be in a different position than I had been before, where I am actually a bit ahead of the game in what it's thinking, and seeing, say, even Blackwell act as if they hadn't realized that. But then I don't want to project that onto them because I know that's how the game works. But then, I've been incredulous before. I'm dwelling on this point too much. The thing is, I feel like there's a connection there. I don't know if I can quite articulate it at the moment.
I think it's like, back when the games were hard, Edgeworth making fun of you and being smug and finding contradictions to throw in his face felt better.
Yeah.
Now that the contradictions are more obvious, him being smug about being obviously wrong feels like him being foolish.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Oh, I see that they do. But what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that a theory your pitiful...
Sorry, that's not the judge. What the fuck am I doing? Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man. He's so slighted by that.
Show the code then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
I think there's only one thing... Oh, okay, there's two things. So I could present the pamphlet, or I could present this.
I would hope both would work.
Yeah, do any of them actually talk about the logo? No. Okay.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
Okay, yeah, good. The GYAXA logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GYAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center.
I think
GYAXA.
you're meant to say it like GAXA, like kind of like NASA. Because Cookie, if you're still listening, remind me what's the Japanese space program called? Because it is similar to GAXA, right? It might be JAXA, I think.
JAXA.
Yeah, there you go, JAXA. Yeah.
Right, Japanese. Yeah.
Japanese. I don't know, something Exploration Association.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna say NASA.
I love using X to mean exploration. It's so good.
Yeah, that's good.
Or maybe it's Jack Cross, considering how Japan likes to say things.
God.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's
that
very funny. You can't help that. Like, you can't control when I take a drink. Like, I'd rather you make the joke.
Look how brightly the GAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and the rocket motif it's got going.
GYAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Oh, I think I see it now, but...
A Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. That's great. I love that.
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the GYAXA logo.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic senses is... Oh my god, Phoenix! My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. See, this is the kind of shit I like, right? Where it's like very pertinent to the case and used as kind of like a little bit of a jab and not just a broad kind of green statement, but yeah.
No.
Oh, that's the first one of those we've gotten.
Yeah.
How dare you talk about my aesthetic sense in the fucking courtroom?
I'll strangle you with my jabot.
Order in the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Because it didn't come up in the autopsy report? Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon?
Wait, I didn't read that correctly. It does not mention the katana.
What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon. This is some, like, intense, thinking ahead for an 11-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. Why is that word so hard to say?
Personage, yeah.
It just makes me think of Red White. Like, would you be so kind as to furnish me with the title of your person?
Yeah, yeah, it does.
or in Japanese, what's your name? I'm not kidding. That's what he says in Japanese.
What, really? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
His thing in Japanese isn't using big words, it's being an American, so he just speaks in random bouts of English.
God. That's pretty good.
And the anime gave us the amazing, when he's greeting Phoenix, he just goes, what's your name? Really loudly.
Fucking hell.
And then later, Phoenix asks him a question, and for some reason, the way he answers an affirmative is to give a thumbs up and go, yes, we can.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
It's so funny. I would highly recommend looking at clips of the anime if you haven't already.
I have not. I probably should.
Like, look up specifically Japanese clips of Red White and Adrian Andrews, and look up the English blooper reel because it is the funniest shit you'll ever see. I so dearly miss when anime dubs used to do blooper reels.
I feel like I might have heard a clip from the blooper reels, but I don't think I've like watched all of them.
They're excellent. Look at that for me too.
Yeah, awesome. All right, that's on the list then.
It does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
Also, Luca, you are absolutely right. That is a verbatim argument they have had at some point. Because, yeah, Phoenix did go to art school and Miles is just like that.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
Yeah, I mean, Miles' aesthetic sense, like, he can dress himself well, but if you look at his office, the two biggest decorations in his office are a framed, like, suit jacket from his first trial and a huge Steel Samurai collectible statue.
Yup. Yup. Yup.
And then he's got a chessboard, which presumably he never uses because his office is locked and he's the only one in it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then a bunch of case files that he never reads after putting them away, so they're simply there to fill a bookshelf.
Yeah. No.
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. Forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalled stabbing someone with her own hands?
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or the utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if...
Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright. When will you open your eyes and accept the truth? I love it when they do all of the stupid punch sound effects back to back in a row. It's so good.
Yep. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if...
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
It's Apollo with the steel chair. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet. We're not finished yet.
Right.
I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Yeah. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. Third person was at the scene. Yeah, we're making up another person at the scene! Old reliable. If I just trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene.
I mean, hey, it worked for OJ, right?
But according to Bunker's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face? Yeah. Okay. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they could cover their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. And as Sykes. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. Culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That's still...
Finally, we're getting to the thing you were saying 3 hours ago.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, And... Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to underscore my own ability to think these things through, but it also does... It presented me with a computer system, and it's just like, oh yeah, okay. And, like, ID and facial recognition and shit. That's like, stuff I work with. Well, technologies I'm familiar with.
Like, as soon as you create technology that has rules in your mystery, those rules are going to be important to the case.
Precisely, yeah.
I'm also thinking of Danganronpa V3's fourth case.
Yes. Yeah.
Fucking toilet paper.
Yep. Fucking toilet paper. Oh. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat, too. So does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. You're actually a hero, Athena!
Queen.
That's it. Why do I get the feeling we're on the precipice of actually psychoanalyzing Athena's, testimony at some point? That feels like a very, poetic way to wrap the mechanic up, where it's actually used against Athena.
Kind of bring it full circle.
Mm-hmm. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Big brain.
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let's bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. Okay, sorry, this is like a very weird tangent, but I'm thinking of this because I recently rewatched the Street Fighter movie. So there's a dude from there's a dude in the Street Fighter movie who's from the UN, and he's, despite being from the fucking UN, he's portrayed as being this whiny, sniveling, like, spineless coward who wants to surrender to Bison instead of, you know, going in guns blazing and blowing him up.
Yeah.
And at one point, in order to highlight how pretentious this guy is, they have him say, we must proceed to the negotiations. And it's like, no one fucking pronounces negotiations like that. The most English man on earth does not pronounce the T as a C in negotiations.
Yes.
No one says negotiations. Like, that's stupid.
God.
Like, I don't know if this extra they chose to be this guy was just like a weirdo, or if they wrote the line in the script as, you need to pronounce this as negotiations.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I don't know. That always gets stuck in my craw in a weird way, because, like, linguistically, no one fucking does that.
Yeah, and it doesn't even make sense per the character's writing.
Yeah.
You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Now who's interrupting whose monologues? Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent.
But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts.
You only have so many poses, right? I've seen all of them, and you've used them under every circumstance imaginable. Clonko's strange malfunction. What? Wait, is that... that's you, right?
That
Clonko?
happened all the way back. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, this happened like all
No,
the
no,
way back,
all good.
like ages ago.
Yeah.
Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk there is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo was possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So, does that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer.
But that's... impossible!
Mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask.
Order! Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
Mask?
Oh my god.
Yes. I remember,
Athena? What is it? More.
I remember a man
With a mask. Big Hero 6?
Tequila! God!
How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
Black Psyche locks. They're breaking. Audio jungle.
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
Oh my god, we're still going. They're gone.
We can call it here if you want.
Well, again, I'm just more worried about your time. Like, it's not really a problem for me.
So there is a break in the trial, probably in like 10 minutes if you're okay going that much farther.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
Okay, yeah, we just gotta try not to get distracted. Which is something that I need to not go on tangents with the fucking Street Fighter movie.
Sure, fair enough. They're gone. The Black Psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... Ugh.
It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor, by the workbench, with a katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man? Oh,
Quiet,
a white
Ioana.
man.
Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged it first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
Oh, you're gonna make me go back through a bunch of fucking footage, aren't you? Oh, god damn it.
What?
Who's had their hands covered the entire case? Everyone, hand check. Christoph! That's how he got the scar.
It all comes back to him.
Yep. The devil in his hand. Yeah, real! The murder weapon used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table.
Big restraint there, not flashing the fucking bloody photo of Athena there. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face. And put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. A knoll mask. I think it was the one hanging in the wall of the lab. Oh, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
Oh god. A phantom?
A ghost?
Yeah.
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Oh god. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell? This is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof of this? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all that you've done.
The Phantom from Inland Empire, God.
But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now, so I'd like to say one more thing if I could. Uncle came to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. to recharge.
It's the exact same line! Oh, I just fell down after. Yeah, yeah. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise.
Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
The game had to think there for a second, like,
Yeah.
do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? There's only one page to this, right? Yeah. Help me find the person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Moonrock was stolen. Her capsule can be seen on the workbench. It could be the jacket. Oh, it could be the hand. Everyone show their hands. I don't know if that's enough, though. Do I have anything here in the evidence? Anything? Okay, so... Oh. Shouldn't this video have, like, more than just Blackwell?
Probably, yeah. It's the security cam footage from that one camera in the hallway.
Yeah. And we've had a situation before where it was like, oh, actually, there's more video if we want to have a look at that. So
Yeah.
I could present this and say, surely there's more video?
Yeah.
My other
Probably.
thoughts are... The jacket's probably a no-go. We don't actually have the utility knife. I mean, if there were fingerprints on the blade, we would have done that already. That doesn't help me. Oh, yeah, it was Blackwell! No, I think it... Do we yeah, like, do we have any more video? That's the only thing I can really think of. Okay. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 PM. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then?
I don't see anything in the investigation report. Like they didn't check.
Oh my fucking god. Just as I thought. Unreliable as
Sasuga,
always.
Sasuga, Japanifornia Police Department.
So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 PM, we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well then, let's take a look.
God, I really wish they put rewind image or like static like VHS rewind sound on it.
Yeah, that would be great.
Oh!
Yeah? How did no one check this?
Yeah? Are you fucking for real? Ryo Kuzunoha! Fucking hell, dude. Are you serious?
Oh, it's. I hope the security guard from 7 years ago doesn't still work there, otherwise he's getting his ass fired.
Well, to be fucking... Apparently we just had the ability to rewind that. I blame the police and the prosecutors before anyone else. Ugh.
I mean, like, I guess being extremely generous here, because Blackwell confessed, they just zoomed in on the one like frame of him leaving and said, "Yeah, that lines up."
Yeah. The question was, did we ever see Blackwell in the footage? But then my question is, why did we have no footage of him entering? That also seems strange. Alright.
It's just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
It's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, okay. Jacket on display.
You see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife on that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
Oh my god, is it the same knife? Is it the same fucking knife that killed Clay? Oh.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said...
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 PM. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' mask, Dr. Sykes' jacket, and the mask that were in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that
That's Athena.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 PM every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for his regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
Huh? Oh, Meanie, you're roboting. Uh-oh. Is that me? I don't think that looks like me. Oh, Mina left. Mina, return. Hello? No. Oh, god damn it. We were so fucking close. I can't... Oh, hold on. I can't hear you at all, Mina, if you can hear me. No, Mina, die. Mina Ponko mode. That's alright, I'm sure Edgeworth was just gonna say something incredibly stupid. You know how it is. Yeah, it kicked me out. It says error, no route? Ooh, okay. Which I've never seen before. That's weird. Okay, I've got an idea. Try jumping into Luca's VC. See if you the same issue. Because it could be that I'm hosting the server, no route. That could be the particular server the call is being run on. I don't know how I check what server this call is on specifically. I'd have to imagine it would spin up close to the person that got on. Now I'm not seeing Mina at all. Uh-oh. No, wait, she's still here. Or, no, she's still online. Alright, hold on. Leave the call, come back. Pull up OBS. Mina explode. Must channel the ghost of Mina. Exactly. Oh, God. Fucking hell, right at the end, too. Because I imagine Edgeworth's about to throw a wrench into things, and then it's going to be like, well, we have to do another day of this, or take a break, or some shit. Oh, well. Wouldn't be a stream if there wasn't some Discord problems at some point. Let's be real. Oh, Mina back?
Oh, we're back, finally.
Finally. No route. I've never seen that before either.
It was weird. Like, I was testing, like, every other website was working. Like, I was able to do other Discord stuff. I think it was just our connection. Like, my connection from me to you was not working.
Yeah, that's why I suggested Luca's VC to see if you could like at least get a connection there, and I would have jumped in after that if that was all right, but no, we're here. Can you see everything all good?
I can see everything just fine, yeah.
All right, sweet. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Edgeworth's about to throw a wrench in our party. That's a phrase.
It's a nice it's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible.
What? Why not?
The victim's jacket is clearly visible. Oh, that's right, that's you.
The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video. Also, there's like gold markings on the bandages?
It's weird.
I feel like I don't know if I've seen that before, if I'm just thinking, yeah.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim.
Ah. I see. Huh.
If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how did it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer brought it back, the victim brought it back, the defendant brought it back. Well, the victim couldn't have, because they were dead.
Yeah. And Athena couldn't have because Blackwell ushered her out of the room and somewhere else.
Yeah. So it must have been the killer. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal the fact he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab after and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. You know, if we're ignoring leaving... Well, yeah, but then leaving and doing that.
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived.
Could have gotten out of the window, but then why wouldn't they have used the window? If that was an option. Unless we're mistaken about the slashed jacket. But no, I think Edgeworth confirmed that the jacket that was found at the scene had the ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. So... Okay.
So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed.
AI-generated idiom. Fucking hell. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. At the time of the murder, they left with the jacket, so it couldn't have been then. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. Do we know who that was? I forget if we know that group of people. Sorry, I
Never have thought of that.
No, all we know is that they were Gaxa workers.
Right.
Order! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people.
Here we go.
They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag?
Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag... it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing.
Oh, we
I'll
literally
see
don't
to
know who
it
they
we
are.
get the report on those 3 people.
You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean?
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway.
You didn't win.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
That's not that uncommon now. That's happened multiple times. I think?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm...
I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. I cannot wait to hear who are the 3 people to discover the body are. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need for further prolong...
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
Little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell.
How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Wait,
LaBelle
wasn't?
picture?
Yeah! Yup. Oh god, I can't pull that up quick enough. I should just have that in my image. Honestly, I should just load up a bunch of images into a folder on this fucking, on this OBS scene so I can just... God.
But yeah, no, it has been further confirmed later, by the way.
Further confirmed.
Like there's I can't remember if it's like art book commentary or something, but it was explicitly confirmed that yes, Aura is a lesbian who is in love with Metis.
Oh, awesome. Fuck yeah.
We love women's wrongs. We love LGBT wrongs.
This woman was about to have the biggest fucking gay crash out of all time because
Exactly.
she thought her lover's daughter murdered her.
Was about to take an entire room of hostages with her.
Yep. God.
Then what did you want from her?
Did she really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there's something I've wanted to say if you'll lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono? You asked me about who the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. Phantom. Person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy.
No.
But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance.
There's more.
Dear God.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's right. Oh, it's dear... No. No is the thing he says to the bucket. There's more. Fucking hell, I messed that up so badly.
I know I got what you were doing.
No,
So
yeah, I know, but, like, I said no at the beginning. It would have been better if I said, dear God, and then you continued, and fuck. Ah.
We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. Here's your villain theme for the game, by the way.
I did notice this was new.
And then one day, a miracle occurred and I obtained the lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, where the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis.
Oh no. I don't suppose they said anything that might be considered like a line from a character we've been listening to the entire game.
Yet I had hope, or his co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
Oh, okay. Here I was thinking it was just going to be the words, and that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Albert Einstein.
Yes.
But that's just the theory.
A spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recordings were surely among his targets. But his search of the space center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them? But where could they have been? Who's to say?
Completely unrelated to the previous statement, I'd like to submit this evidence. Wow. I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Wait, hold on. Never mind. I don't want to know.
Oh, I have my ways. Pregnant pause.
What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Oh, of course.
I work to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors through the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention.
What the fuck?
Just try and receive your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Yeah, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
I will. I better hold on to this real tight. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Okay.
Is there more, or is that it? Oh, I guess you're about to see it here.
Yeah, we're about to go through it, I guess. Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh?
A spy who experiences no emotion, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see?
I love that animation so much. Oh,
Yeah.
it's twirling my hair.
The way his eye flashes when he does it. Oh, it's so
Yeah,
good.
it's good.
This creature is a rock that destroyed our lives and what ails us into motion. The Phantom, indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Birdman, very hot, Luca. Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like you all to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand?
I was already here.
As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned.
Does he have the authority to do that?
I don't know.
Huh. And now the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone's ready, I will now give my verdict.
Oh, god damn it. Who?
You!
Fucking... Son of a bitch! Oh, you little shit! What are you doing? What are you doing? Give me your jacket right now. Let me see that ID code. Apollo?
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet.
It is my trilogy, damn it. I'm not gonna let it end.
Not wresting this goddamn series away from me! Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh, we're not gonna hear... Shut up. Fuck you!
See you next week, baby.
Ah! God damn it! God damn it! Oh! Ah! Fucking hell! Considering Apollo's not a witness on the not on this case and wasn't called as a witness, I don't think his objection matters. Yeah, neither do I. But, you know, the judge has been swayed by stupid shit before. He's made verdicts and then flipped on them immediately. What is he thinking? I mean, I guess, like, if he's like, no, keep this case going because we'll investigate who this Phantom was. But, like, I feel like the judge has already... Oh, god damn it. Is there, like... no, we're already so late. We should stop. Oh, god damn it. Because, like, all I want is, like, what is your goal? What are you trying to do? Like, what, like, why stop it? Why right there? Why this case? Why not let another investigation go on? Like... God damn it.
The moon!
The moon. We have to prosecute the moon. It was the moon. The moon, man in the moon. That's the
The
one.
moon haunts you.
His motives are complex. God damn it, Luca. God damn. This game is really good. I... The moon landed on her. Because now I'm also thinking, like, okay, are we establishing an entirely new character that hasn't turned up in any of the cases yet? Are we talking about, are we potentially talking about a person we have talked to at some point during the games? The latter seems not, the latter seems a bit off, because I don't think we've run into anyone that anyone's noticed hasn't had, emotion in their voice. But, Oh my god, I can't believe I have to stew on this now. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, my mind is just racing. I don't know if there's anything else to really say. Like... okay. I do like... Now that, like, I've kind of seen the entirety of Athena's arc with reading voices and stuff like that, I still think it sucks that it was Pain, but, like, I do kind of get what they were going for, at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. I think it being Pain is just, like, my only complaint.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
If they had made anyone, like, more threatening, cool. But, like, these are the dudes that are designed to be losers that humiliate every game.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, I do kind of like the idea that against Blackwell, she was a bit more relaxed, because she's like, no, I know this dude's been a hard ass and that, I know him, he is the person I'm trying to save after all. So, like, it kind of inspires her a little bit more than it otherwise would. But when she's suddenly across from someone else who's just, you know, who just talks past her in a far more flat or matter-of-fact way, and doesn't use, like, the analytical psychology she kind of clings to in that. Well, not clings to, that's the wrong word. But, like, yeah, I can see what they're doing with that, but, like, fucking Pain? Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god. But now I'm now, like, because I don't know if there's gonna actually be an investigation or not now. Because Apollo's just held up the proceedings, so I have to imagine we're gonna have to try and piece this whole thing together from here. And like, oh man. God, I don't know. Because, like, this was... Like, is it possible that it... Because I'm also thinking now, was it the same person both times? And it seems...
Like, you think
it seems
the
like...
same person that killed Metis killed Clay?
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if that utility knife was actually the same knife that was hidden in the jacket. Just as, like, a poetic thing there. But, like, that would also imply that it would have been the same person. Because there is the whole thing that, like, the Hat 2 incident, or the plan surrounding the Hat 2 started off with a phone call to Gyaxa, saying like, "Oh, you don't learn, do you? I'm gonna do it again." I'm gonna do it. I'm really gonna do it this time. Yeah, shit. Ah, it's such a good cutoff point though, because that really left me in the lurch of like, what? So what? What? Why? What is going on? Oh shit. Figure it out. There's evidence I don't have. Apollo has the evidence. He didn't present any of it. He cut the game off before he could present it. Yeah, goddamn. Alright, yeah, we should wrap up here because, yeah, it's getting late for you. And we've well and truly past the time we should have stopped.
I just really wanted to get to that point. I wanted to make you stew on that for a full week.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, we can't help ourselves with the tangents. It just happens. Yeah, God, I'm gonna have to keep a careful eye on. Oh, okay. Just time-wise, do you think this could be done with in the next time we stream? Or is it
possibly?
Okay, accounting for tangents, that sounds like maybe not.
Yeah, it's like I'm literally like looking at how much is left on the wiki right now. And it's quite a lot, but I'm not sure if that's because it's very dense or if there is just like a lot of trial segments. I honestly cannot remember.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean that's more from a scheduling thing than anything else. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, like it's hard to tell because on paper sometimes stuff doesn't look too long. Like the last trial segment of Apollo Justice, final case is like you present like 4 things. Like if you're looking at a gameplay guide, it's like 3 paragraphs long. But if you're like that took us like 5 hours though to get through from beginning to end. So.
Yeah, because there was just a lot of like unpacking and talking more than anything else. Well, I may have been left on that cliffhanger, but oh my god, I had a segue for that into thanking you, Mina, for being here, so I'm just gonna skip the segue. Yeah, oh god. Also, apologies for... I should have really kept in mind that there was going to be something at some stage you wanted to pull up on, that kind of that kind of did waste a little bit of time, but...
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. I mean, the tangents are the bigger offender, obviously, but a lot of those are required, to be fair. Yeah, so I guess we'll see what Apollo's up to next weekend. God damn it. So, next weekend, there is actually, an election here. So, Saturday morning, at some point, I'm gonna have to go vote. I'm pretty sure I can do that before stream, but I may just start a little later to make sure, like, I have time either side, or either, before the stream starts to get that done. And then I should be good Sunday. Are you good Sunday? Oh, your time, Mina? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, she died. No! Oh, okay. Yep. No, that's all good. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we went too late. It happens. Okay. That means I can at least talk a little bit about, something I mentioned, I think earlier in the stream? Actually, no, I don't think I did. I'm thinking of changing the priority of streams I have on the weekends. Up until this point, I've done a lot of the narrative games, because I was like, oh yeah, I like to play these with a little bit of an audience, and I have more... Well, the people that watch my stream generally watch on the weekends. But this has kind of been a conflicting thing where, like, it is the only time I kind of get to chat with people like Luca and Charles and all that, just outside of that. So I don't know if it'll happen soon, or, like, what format it'll take, if it'll be every couple of weeks or something. But I'm gonna try and dedicate the weekends to something I want to do with people. So, things like Ace Attorney would still be around, because, like, I'm doing that with Mina. It might be something like Monster Hunter, so I can hang out with, like, Val, Cookie, and whoever else is playing, or even just sit and voice chat with people. It could also mean that I just take a day off every now and then to be like, hey, I'm gonna jump into, or I'm just gonna use that to hang out with people. Basically, like, I'm not, like, I feel like I need to shift my priorities a bit, because I do feel kind of disconnected from the people I, you know, started chatting to and streaming with, and I kind of want to get that back. Yeah. So, like, I have to chat with people. I also have to sort out what my timeline kind of looks like for that. Because, like, I still want to finish 16, since I did start that on the weekends. But yeah, there may be less narrative games on the weekend unless I'm actually playing it with someone. If that's not the case, I may... depend. I've got a few ideas of how it could work. I've just got to figure out, like... Also just when people are around, too. Because, like, for example, during the week, I was like, oh yeah, I'll jump into VC, and it's been kind of scattered whether people were around for that. So, like, I also don't want to dedicate a day to, like, and, like, make people feel obligated or anything like that. But that means that also I have to be careful about what I do play on the weekends, because if I do have a streak of, say, actually people are there almost every week for 2 months, and I go back to a game I started to fill time earlier, then... You have welcomed the greatest challenge, herding cats. Exactly. So, like, that change may not happen immediately. It may not even happen this year. Who fucking knows? But that's gonna generally be my thought process now. If it's a game that I am not gonna play explicitly with other people, it's probably gonna happen during the week from now on. Games with friends, fun. Yeah, exactly. And I've been doing a thing that is explicitly not doing that unless I take a day off stream. And yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to spend more time with friends. So yeah, don't know how that's going to look. I still need to think through, like, what kinds of things there can be. And other logistical shit before I do that. But that change is going to happen over this year. Yeah. I don't think there's much else to say about that. Yeah, no. I guess on that note, there's a couple of games I've had up my sleeve for a while that I do want to play. I think I'm done with streaming Path of Exile 2, because that's gonna sit... First of all, I'm waiting for a patch to come, because they've said, hey, we're gonna balance a bunch of shit, and I came up to the stuff that needs to be balanced and went, oh yeah, I think I should wait until that patch is out. So, we're probably not streaming that. Though that might be something I do stream a bit more, because that is gonna take up during the week time. But there's a couple of games I've had up my sleeve that I do want to play, that I've been waiting for a gap in the weekends, and... This is kind of another thing, is, like, there's way too many games I would like to play on the weekend, and I think I just have to suck it up that, like, yeah, you're gonna have to play games during the week if you want to get through these, otherwise you're not gonna get through the games you want to play. And it's felt bad that, like, the only games I've managed to get through are basically only ones that I've gotten on the weekend. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling a bit. So... I may start something this week. We'll see how that goes. I am returning from holidays, so, like, this week might be a little bit catching up at work, and that's probably going to time me the fuck out, to be honest. So we'll see what happens there. for the time being, the weekends are probably going to be as usual, so next weekend on Saturday, there's going to be more FF16 DLC. We beat Omega, so it's time for the second one. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I'm very good at this. And then hopefully we have oh Jesus. Okay, sorry. Mina's just messaging me. All good. FF16, yeah, I'm almost done. Hey, Luca, oh fuck. I'm so, honestly, like, I'm a little mad at the game because I did the one bit of DLC, and that was like one stream, and that had so many interesting gear items for you to work with that I'm like, why was none of this in the base game? Like, I'm actually mad that some of this stuff wasn't in the base game, because it really rethinks how you play it. It's all in the DLC, and it's just one big dungeon. Fuck. So we'll see if the second one takes the same route. I hear there's a little bit more story in the second one, so we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna stream that because I haven't finished it. You should. It's good. For the most part. It's really good, unless it isn't. But yeah, so 16 next Saturday, and then more Ace Attorney on Sunday. And that's probably going to be the rhythm until I find something else to do. Oh, and yeah, as a kind of thing because VODs have obviously not been available for some of my stuff recently, I am going through that at the moment. There's honestly going to be some nights I might just take off to just burn through a bunch of making them public. I've gotten through 70 to 80 of them already, and there's about 6. No, oh fuck. Actually, no. So I don't know why YouTube Studio does this, but when I sort the videos, for some reason it doesn't list the total correctly. It kept shifting between things. It's a fucking mess. I'm gonna have to try and make sure I don't miss any videos, but that shouldn't be hard to do. But yeah, I'd expect within like the next month or two that like that VOD channel should be ready. But as I've said before, I want to make all of those public, give it some time so it doesn't affect people's sub boxes, and then say, okay, here's the channel. And then slowly flow videos in, rather than, 90 videos a day until I'm done. that would be fucking obnoxious. So yeah, watch this space for news on that front. And yeah, I think that's about it. I should have been looking if there was someone to raid. I'm not raiding that person playing that game. Yeah. Alright, I think we're just ending it here then. Yeah, so, and also, thank you, Maya, for being here. You really did actually save our bacon today, so thank you. T-posing Maya, our Lord and Savior. So, thank you very much for watching Live or on the VODs, I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.